Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 13 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies. Could be interesting. I need to kill flyers. Not gonna. Oh, maybe I will. I'm behind them, so maybe I killed some. Let's see. Tigris is in first place. Grey Mouser is in second. Hasjin is in third, and I killed the flyers. Very cool. That Dark Tigris is in first place with 24 assists. The Grey Mouser is in second place, 22 assists, and Hasjin is in third, 11 kill, 4 assists. We've got gold, and the captain is not here yet. So, Decanizer gets the gold. And we move on to the gold chest before the boss. And it is another... Wait, is it? Yes, another war beast for me. Come on, go down. Alrighty, it is past 8 a.m. Actually, let's clear the quest. And now we can visit the shop where monks get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. And that is that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. And time to visit the viewer side shop where archers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. I get another refresh. I'm above 60. I get a refresh. And I'm above 65 still. I suspect that the fewer scroll I actually have, the more generous the game is selling them to me. Let's view that since I forgot to do it. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. Last day of the year for many of us. Actually, the year has turned over for some of those who are behind on the other side of the date line. I hope the week has gone well. I hope you are getting ready to face the new one, the new year. And I hope you're energized for whatever will come. Little to say on my side. So, this is Tuesday. These are read and correct. This is read and correct today. When I do these, I record. So I will be ignoring the chat while that happens. And should a reading, a correcting go long, the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. To avoid that happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 59 of the captain's heart. Groggeron basked in the feel of his heart pressed against him, the smell of his sweat and the sex they had. He pressed his nose against Jeremy's neck and breathed it in. That tickles, he mumbled. Groggeron licked the skin and Jeremy shuddered. Good morning. The mumbling was clearer. He chuckled. It's early forced shift. A groan. I am never going to get used to that. If I'm going to get up after a night's sleep, it's morning. We can alter our work shift if it's going to be easier on you. Another groan. No, I just have to stop setting morning as when I get up. I'm on a ship. It's not like the sun controls my life. He turned. Gregorian smiled. Good morning. He kissed his heart as he opened his mouth. A hand on his ass, a pull, and he was under him, grinding as they kissed. Don't you have a ship, Captain? Jeremy asked, still grinding. I remember someone saying he needed to stay on the bridge until the ship's moving. Someone told me to call in sick. You can do that? He chuckled. I contacted the bridge and brought us to a standby state until we're ready to activate the reactor. Oh, it's not going to be ready for hours still. Lots of work to do. Is that so? Jeremy grinned. Let me show you. I still feel strange, Gagran said with a purr. Jeremy sprawled on his back. The sound that responded was indistinct, but definitely approval. Fuck, the word trailed out of Jeremy's grinning mouth, as Gagran kept from putting more weight onto him, as more than his cock was going soft after this. I can so get used to this. Hopefully you aren't exhausted this time. Jeremy laughed. What time is it? A glance gave him the answer. 2 hours into first shift. So, good morning. He licked his heart's neck. Jeremy removed his leg from around his waist. I don't want to be crass, growled, but I need to go use the toilet. He rolled off and helped Jeremy to the edge. Then, without him at his direction, he realized he too had to take care of something. He had the shower going when Jeremy exited his toilet. He looked sheepish. I don't know just how hard I was supposed to clean up afterward. I don't want to offend you like last time. His ears burned. He understood and appreciated why Jeremy made this statement, but this was something he and every Gelsarian learned about without being told as part of learning to no longer depend on his parent for it. You just don't want to carry the smell with you. You were fine before, so you don't need to do anything different. And last time, his ears burned as remember what he'd seen and smelled. You were doing it in the open. Jeremy had a hand on his chest. It won't happen again. Gagran smiled, putting the event out of his mind. I'm not worried. He pulled Jeremy into the shower. Now we should wash. I don't think, Gagran said, panting against the wall, Jeremy still in him, but leaning onto him, that this is how washing is done. But it's more fun, he laughed. Jeremy chuckled. And we're right here to wash when we're done. He didn't miss the emphasis. We do have to wash. The ship can't remain unpowered. We're putting the civilians at risk. I guess there's after the shift is done. He laughed again and then winced as Jeremy pulled out. The crown of the head was definitely different. You realize this can't be something we do every day. We can. Jeremy lathered his fur. We just have to plan it better. Are all Arthurs this insatiable? No idea, remember? And while I hope I always feel this way, I'm pretty sure this is the I'm discovering something new stage of sex. You can look forward to me toning it down at some point. Curran pulled Jeremy into him and lathered his skin by rubbing against him. Not too soon, I hope. This is your fault, Jeremy exclaimed, holding onto Gagran's neck, leg around his waist. He grinned, didn't care whose fault it was. He'd enjoyed this as much as the previous times. Jeremy kissed him. He reluctantly lowered his heart to the floor, and Jeremy stepped away. We're washing separately, safer that way. The idea of stalking him within the confine of the shower had some appeal. Are all Gelsarians insatiable? Jeremy asked. I'm in that discovering something new phase of sex. I can't be that new. You've been able to have sex your entire life. This is literally just the start of my second day. I've never had someone like you. And you're going to have me again, but you said something about endangering the civilians. I can't start the reactor if you keep pinning me to the wall. Gagarin made the sigh heavy. Duty can be a harsh taskmaster. We can celebrate when we come back, or we can start now. Duty, growl. You're the captain. Remember, you set example for your ship, for your crew. All right, later then. He motioned for Jeremy, who hesitatingly approached. Then he watched him. Gagarin watched as Jeremy looked more at the people in the eatery than his selection. They both swiped their bracelet and headed for a table. Did everyone do something, or was I just not paying attention before? What do you mean? I don't know, but don't they look more alluring to you? He scanned the room. There are attractive males, yes. Are you seeing someone interesting? No, not like that, Jeremy exclaimed. Gagarin tilted an ear. I'm yours. You don't have to worry. I'm not. Two words had a reassuring effect, almost as much out of proportion as the worry in the exclamation. He put that aside for the time being in favor of enjoying eating with his heart. Engineering is contacting you, the female at Com informed him. I'm going to have to name people. Like, I've named a few of them, and I'm going to have to literally set up the schedule roster so that I know who's where when, because I can't. I default to that a lot. But the thing is, Gagarin knows everyone on the bridge. The female at Com informed him, and he nodded. Jimmy appeared on the screen. The reactor is powered and has been tested, Captain. At this point, I'm confident that short of pushing it beyond its capabilities, we don't have to worry about it blowing up. He tried to parse what was warning and what was Jeremy's way of speaking. The worried look exchanged by the bridge personnel reminded him they all understood Earther. Are its capabilities reduced compared to before the repairs? No, test came back 100 across the board, and there were no worries. Thank you, engineer. Pilot, bring propulsion online, set course for Satura Station. Yes, Captain, Tom replied. Propulsion online, setting acceleration at 10%. Sensor, anything out of the ordinary? No, Captain. Gagarin smiled. Things were back as they should be. The reports ultimately said the same thing. The Thunderisle wing and Arhithon Pride had simply stopped responding as they traveled. The first from Alcaster to Station 386 within Reosef territories, and the second from Benetikeseren Barogeron at the border between Kelserian and Kersosteran's territory to Kelser. The name of the Shimbarian ship was a set of symbols he didn't have the knowledge of. They'd originated from Shimbar and were destined for Kelser. Their schedule didn't put them close, as relative as the word was within the vastness of space, as at the same time, but they had crossed the same section of space. He'd sent queries to ships of the line whose path took them relatively close, as well as to the leadership for any scan from military vessels they had in the region. Nothing he'd received indicated pirates were hiding there, or that a battle had taken place, or that ships had had an emergency. He extrapolated the ship's course in case they'd suffered reactor failure, and he was waiting on the ships he contacted along those to send him their reports. He stretched mid-shift. He felt like he should be home. Working second shift wasn't what he was used to. Fortunately, he'd get himself back on fourth shift work. Soon enough. could do anything for the missing ships until he had more information. Administrative work could wait for fourth shift. With them heading to a station, it was something he should see to, and it was an opportunity to get to know Quirigral better. The ambassador opened the door wearing his vest of office. Am I disturbing you? Gagran raised the brush. I was hoping I could brush your fur while we talked. We're going to be at Satura Station in 4 days. The male motioned for him to enter. I was on a call with the Federation ambassadorial office. The Earthers aren't happy about the report I filed. The door closed. He took off his vest. How thorough do you intend to be? Unfortunately, I have to return to the bridge. The situation with the reactor moved my work around. This will only be while we talk. That's too bad, Gagaran. He sat on a backless seat. Gagaran moved behind. You know what? Move behind. I don't really... Yeah. Are you going to seek a different ship to take you to Center Point? He gently moved the brush through the fur, stopping each time he encountered a knot and to tease them undone with his claws. Is Satura a decent transportation hub? Gagaran chuckled. Not really. But there's always ships heading towards one of the Federal station. Actually, okay. Of the administrative. There's always ships heading towards one of the administrative stations. Unless you have objection, I'd like to stay on the Bane. The male reached back and squeezed Gagaran's leg. I'm enjoying the people I'm meeting here. I don't know when we'll be at a Federation station after this. Or even make port. The stop is to give everyone a chance to leave the ship, since we weren't able to at the Earther station. That's all right. I'm not needed for anything that can't be dealt with through comms. And until the Earther situation is resolved, I won't be assigned to a different post. He looked over his shoulder and smiled. And if it comes to it, I can use my ambassadorial authority to commandeer the ship to take me where I'm needed. Suspect the captain of this one will be more inclined to let that happen than on some other ship. As a good Kelsarian, of course, I do what a duly appointed ambassador required of me. Quirik Grigal chuckled. I wish you had more time. Since you're staying... there will be more opportunities. More opportunities to spend time together. He hesitated, then leaned forward to rub muzzle against the side of the ambassador's head. The male turned, and they rubbed muzzle. Yeah. It's both of them there, but I don't really have a way. Make up your mind. Don't really have a way to... Actually, it's a little different, but to nuzzle against the side of the ambassador's head. The male turned, and they rubbed muzzles. Alrighty. And this brings an end to chapter 59. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Alone again. First, This goes in PDF. Let's see if you will crash or not. You crashed. You are having a lot of problem today with that. Not sure what the problem is today. This is this one. Cold water is cold. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 29 enemies, and we are off. Grey Mouser is in the lead. Saffron's in second. Shosamom is in third. I killed an epic. I killed another one. And another one. And I kill all of them. Let's see. Shosamom's in first place. Saffron is in second. Grey Mouser is in third. And we are done. We have won. Shosamom is in first place. 5 kills, 14 assists. Saffron Moonpire is in second place. 8 kills. Grey Mouser is in third. 7 assists. We have gold, big and small. The lady's not there. Neither's the captain. And the flying rogue is not claimed by anyone. So, Saffron Moonpire gets big gold. Perp gets small gold. Sunsider gets wings. And we move on to the boss battle. Where I believe it's going to be barbarians. I don't know if I'll be able to make this today. I thought I was going to be able to make the War Beast, because I only have 11, but I will not be online. I will not be streaming on Thursday. So, yeah, not happening. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out, and I will start the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 60 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy paused on stepping into the engineering office on seeing the sandy blonde-furred Kalsarian angrily keying something. Excuse me? He did his best to keep his tone light instead of offended at some stranger playing with his systems. The man turned brown eyes on him. "What did you do?" he demanded, waving a hand at the screen. "Okay, I don't know who you are, but you have no business being in here. How about you leave?" The eyes narrows. "Not only do you come here uninvited and do gods know what to my reactor, but you don't even have the decency to learn to speak our language?" I've learned Kalsarian," Jeremy snapped. "I just can't speak it." He pulled his tablet as the Kalsarian slammed his hand on the board. "Technician Turek Salminial, come get this earther before I throw him down the stairs." "Hey, don't use that tone with him. I don't care if you're the mighty engineer. How about you show some respect to those who work under you?" He looked at his tablet and realized he'd wiped the explanation of who he was. Who he was as he looked away. Started over, ignoring the other man's grumbling. "My apologies," Turek said, panting. "I wasn't aware you had returned." "Oh?" the man said, offended, glaring at Jeremy. "When did it become required for the engineer to let his technicians know of his movement? It isn't, you aren't. How about you tell him he could do with some personality adjustment?" "Jeremy, it might be best if you come with me," Turek motioned to the door. "And make sure he knows that if he sets foot in my engineering, I don't care who his heart is, I'm going to throw him into a cell." "Turek, tell that insufferable, angry little furball that I have as much right to be here as he does." "Jeremy, please," his friend implored. He couldn't believe the misery on his face. His ears were folded back in a way that looked painful. Where was the hunter who threatened to throw him over his shoulder, or who defied Graugeron to come along his rescue? "You don't have to take this from him, Turek. You aren't a slave to be ordered about." That did nothing to alleviate the misery. Jeremy glared at the sandy-furred man. "Don't think this is the end, buddy." He stepped outside, and Turek followed him, professing apologies to the man inside until the door closed. Then interposed himself as Jeremy headed for one of the consoles. "You have to leave," his friend whispered. "I don't—" "Please, Jeremy, go home. The engineer is serious. If you defy him, he will have you arrested." "If that's why is that why a lot of you are so scared of him? Threat of jail time?" "No, he doesn't," Jeremy glared. "He's the engineer. So am I." Turek shook his head. There is only one engineer on the ship. Please go home. Once he is calm, I'm certain he will be willing to listen to you." Jimmy started. "He isn't going to like what I have to tell him anymore by then." Turek winced. Jimmy forced his breathing to slow. "This way he lords over you. It's not right." "He's the engineer," Turek said, as if that excused the actions, which only infuriated Jeremy. The man was in the window, looking down at them, sneering as far as Jeremy could make out. He gave the man the finger and stormed out. Oh, the entitled asshole he'd had to deal with in his career. This one took the cake. Let him calm down all he wanted. Jeremy was going to tear him a new one and explain how to run engineering. Keeping everyone terrified was not how things were done. His mood hadn't changed by the time he reached his quarters, and the first thing he did was aim to print himself a scotch, only to be reminded they didn't have that here. He'd tried the alcohols, and they weren't bad, but nearly everything was in the range of wines. The only hard liquor he'd found tasted like motor oil to him. Fuck, he needed a drink. His tablet buzzed. One of my contacts responded to my request and sent me this. Let me know if it meets your expectations. Meets if it meets with your expectations. Quartermaster Xenial Air Tahalan. The file was attached, and he sent it to the printer. The smell was heavenly, the taste bitter and sour and hot. He sighed, some of his anger melting away as the coffee warmed his stomach. He sat and nursed it. It wasn't Scotch, but it was a substitute. But as a substitute, it would do. He'd have to ask the quartermaster to get him the file for it. He was on his second one when Gagran entered. Jer, are you okay? Did the high and mighty engineer complain about me? Gagran winced. Turek Salminial, let me know you met Alex and that it didn't go well. He snorted. That's an understatement. Are you okay? I'm better now. I'm better now that I have had coffee. So it's Alex? Yes, he's a friend of mine. So me bitching about what an asshole he is isn't going to go over well? His heart sat opposite him. He can be intense when it comes to his reactor or his territory. He treated Turek like shit. You haven't met him at his best, Jer. He's been stuck in medical for days, worrying about what had happened to his reactor. What I'd done to it? He asked bitterly, and Gralgran looked away. His heart took a breath. We can be possessive when it comes to our territory. It goes back to well before we left the ground. Once he has calmed down, once he sees you haven't ruined his work, he'll be in a better state to discuss the situation with you. So you aren't going to tell us how this is going to go? You're the boss, after all. He hadn't meant to sound bitter. That isn't how we do things, Jer. I'm the captain. He's the engineer. I don't have the authority to tell him how to run his territory. What if he treats all his tech like shits? Then he won't have technicians to work for him. And I'll have a ship that can't work well, and I'll have to see about finding a new engineer. You're telling me they can just walk off the job? That no one's going to be pissed at them? At them for the ship, for the problem the ship has? Jer, they won't be the one at fault. Rank means the person who bears it is responsible for what happens. Alex needs to ensure his engineering runs well. If a technician can't perform their duty, he will see to it that they be trained, or if he decides they deceived him, be replaced. If he can't keep his technicians, he is at fault for the failures we then experience. Then why the fuck are they still working there? Alex isn't a bad male. He is intense. He is bad-tempered, but he looks after what is his, and that includes his technicians. So the way he treated Turek is my fault? No, Jeremy, it's Alex. It's Alex's, and the technicians will have to decide what he does about it. Jeremy finished his coffee. What does that mean for me? If I'm not going to be an engineer, what am I supposed to do? Take care of this place? He motioned to their quarters. In regards to engineering, that will be for you and Alex to resolve. If you can't agree, there are other things you can do. I'm an engineer, Growl. It's what I spent my life working towards. I'm not giving that up. I can't force Alex's decision. I'm not asking you to, he snapped. Fuck. Look, once he's calmed down, I'll speak to him. I'll speak with him. Well, type, I guess, but I'm warning you, I'm not taking any of his bullshit. I'm entitled to respect, as is he. Jeremy sighed. I guess I haven't sounded particularly respectful. Gargran squeezed his leg. Respect is difficult when emotion runs high. I will speak with him. Thanks. You probably need to return to the bridge. I can stay if you need a comfort. Jeremy shook his head. I'm going for a walk. Going to go. Yeah, I'm going for a walk. Don't need to go twice. Clear my head, maybe see the quartermaster, see if he can get me the file for Scotch. You guys have the worst selection of hard liquor I've ever seen. Is it a species thing? Cultural, I believe. He extended his claws. Loss of control for those the gods gave such weapons is not a good thing. I can request the files from the Federation if you want. Isn't that the quartermaster's job? His heart looked more thoughtful than Jeremy had ever seen him. Be cautious when interacted with him. Xenia Tahalan likes to cause trouble. Then I'm surprised you keep him around. Gregran stood. He has a habit of balancing the trouble he causes with help, often unasked for. He shook his head. Just be cautious. He makes a habit of aggravating me, and I don't want you to be caught in that. Jimmy smiled. I can take care of myself. I'm a grown boy, after all. Gregran rubbed his muzzle against his cheek. Be patient with him when you speak with Alex. Remember, he is the one in charge. I will, so long as he remembers I'm not some tech he can push around. With a shake of the head and a sigh, Gregran left. Jeremy considered a third coffee, but decided he had enough of sitting, of being in his quarters. Felt better as soon as he was in the hall. He headed for the promenade. Maybe a massage would do him some good, or maybe he'd find a gym there. He'd been so busy since joining the ship, he hadn't even thought about it, and he'd gotten some of it Galgaran recently, but he figured that would slow after a while, and it also wasn't the same. And right now, he could do it working off the lingering frustration. The sound from the side corridor caught his attention. The leisure alley. And it and the others like it were called, Turka told him. The banner with the flower on it identified them, and they could be found throughout the living decks as well as on the others, although not as many. He hadn't gone in one before because Thurk had described them as places to find pleasure and joy. That and the banner for their god of sex had set expectations, and he hadn't been ready to test them. It couldn't be exclusively about sex. The voices were too loud, too much like people talking to be just that. Although the idea he might see sex was, he did his best not to think about it. The alley didn't have anything directly in it. It was slightly narrower than the hallway, and you could see another hall at the end. They could be used to cut through between quarters on the living deck. Many of the routes Estaba had suggested when he'd worked out how to go from his quarter to engineering had been through a few of them as a way to reach the lifts quicker. Openings in the walls led mostly to rooms with tables. Some were terminals, and one had a game still running. Something with an animal that looked a lot like a Calcarian in a forest. Others had groups playing games with stones or cards or other items Jeremy couldn't find human equivalent. In one room, he found treadmills, but no weights or strength resistance machines. Another had a theater with some action movie playing by the intense fight between two Calcarian warriors in armor made of bones. Between the openings, benches lined the wall, deep as all Calcarian seating was, and he got confirmation sex did take place by the scream of pleasure, which turned into grunting by the time he was close enough to see the lovers, and to see enough to know one was a woman. He hurried to look away, but couldn't keep glancing as he continued at them. Couldn't help glancing as he continued at them and at the others walking along. They didn't exactly ignore the lovers, but they also weren't staring. A glance, accompanied by a smile or a nod, seemed to be the most acknowledgement they got. Not that they cared or noticed. They were really going at it. He looked at an empty bench and found himself wondering what it might be like to have sex there with others walking by, watching him and Gralgaron. In spite of his erection, he decided he wasn't ready for that. Probably never would be. Once he was in the other hallway, he was wondering about what the limits were for these alleys. He had Gragaron's name up when he realized he was working, then Turek's, and now was not the time to disturb him, not with the engineer watching, which left him with no one to call. Actually, finding Queric was simpler than he expected. The search system asked for the entirety of the name, which Jeremy didn't remember, but he could also search by title or rank, and there was only one ambassador on the ship. Jeremy, the mottled-furred man, greeted him with a smile. It is good to see you. I hope I'm not disturbing you. He leaned against the wall to put himself out of the flow of movement. Not at all. The nice thing about being an ambassador on the ship of his people is that few of them require his assistance. What can I do for you? Can we meet up? He glanced at the alley's mouth. Questions, and everyone else I know is working. Of course. Where shall we meet? Jeremy chuckled. How about you set that and then tell me how to get there? I'm not exactly familiar with the ship at this point. The restaurant Quirk had The restaurant Quirk waited for him at was relaxed enough. Jeremy didn't feel out of place, even if he was the only human there. Children were causing a ruckus a few tables over, much to the annoyance of the adults at the table with them, with one looking close to being angry. The servers ignored the kids with a professional indifference that impressed him. And what answers do you seek? The man asked after a server brought them the drinks they'd ordered. Jeremy's drink reminded him of a meat broth, but with a hint of sweetness. His face heated as he tried to formulate the question. He lowered his voice. Just how public can sex be before someone gets in trouble? Quirk eyed him, glass to his lip, a smile forming. Jeremy hung his head. He'd forgotten his friend could pick up his thoughts. Well, you can't simply do it wherever you please, he said with a seriousness that didn't match the smile. That would be disruptive. I saw a couple doing it in one of the alleys. It's allowed in the leisure alleys. Anything that is identified as Denny Rags will, of course, allow it. He is quite keen on us enjoying ourselves in all the ways available. So it isn't just the alleys. Some of the clubs are designated as such. Other locations can mark themselves as leisure area temporarily, but they will advertise ahead of time. The point is to avoid disruptions while seeking pleasure. The server delivering their meal distracted Jeremy from the images of him and Gregoran that had caused. Do you know where the gyms are? I couldn't find any on my way, and searching for exercise places only brought up the alleys and training halls. I'm looking to get in shape, not train anything. This might be a situation of language confusion. The training halls are where we stay in shape. I can show you after we're done here. The training hall was not what Jeremy had expected after Quirk reassured him he'd be able to exercise. The large room with the men and women fighting was more in line with his initial vision for it. A few of them greeted Quirk by name. I too stay in shape, his friend said, even if not to the degree of others. This isn't what I had in mind. I'm not looking to learn how to fight, just lift weights. Quirk considered something. You might be able to get the quartermaster to let you assist with moving about cargo, although most of that is handled by lifters, I expect. You don't have a weight machines? Exercise designed to use weight as resistance to build muscle mass. Quirk shook his head. I'm not an authority, but I've never heard of something like that. Then how did Graal get so ripped? By fighting. Hunters do a lot of that, especially those who make it to be alphas. Just fighting? You couldn't envision the kind of fights, how often one had to engage in that to build muscle mass. He had to keep in mind, Kassarians weren't humans. They might be built in such a way it was easier for them, but they couldn't be that different, could they? Of course not. Kirk said, the smile spreading on his muzzle, but I know you've already experienced one of the other exercises we engage in to stay healthy. And that concludes chapter 60 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, let's see if we can compile you and not crash. And if you do crash, I want to see if you fail at, yeah, you're going to crash. It's 26, 27 is where it locks every time it crashes. I've sort of noticed. I don't know why. I mean, we had a power blip this morning while the computer was on. I mean, it's on battery and on a backup, so that shouldn't have affected things. But it is literally the only thing I can think of because it's happening a whole lot more today than it usually does. Like once, maybe twice a day, it'll happen. And this has happened literally every time that I've read through a chapter kind of thing. Like if a certain amount of time passes when I try compiling, it crashes. Ah, right. You've lost that. January 18th. Done. This. Which that should be. shutter. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 27 enemies, and we are off. Right, just placement for me. Insoraptor is in first place. Tickless takes over first. Insoraptor is in second. Hasjin is in third. Sunsizer kills the boss. And we're done. We've won. That dork Tickless is in first place with 18 assists. And so Raptor's in second place, 12 assists. And Cholsa Mom is in third, 7 kill, 1 assist. We've got musketeers that no one is claiming. So, Sunsizer, Saffron Moonpire get muskets. And we move on to the next map, where we will have Token and Skin and the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the token chest. And another barbarian for me with a soul. And I forgot to give him. Alrighty. Holy cow, there's nothing on this map. Although, well, actually, with only assassin, everything's going to target them. So. Alrighty. I need to clear. How do I manage to miss that big of a button? A quest. So 2, 3, and 4. 7. Yeah, should be good. If not, me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another read and correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I've got the correct image up. I will start the recording and see you all on the other side. Welcome back to to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we're doing chapter 61 of The Captain's Heart. Gargaran hesitated, his hand over the panel to open the door. He wasn't overstepping his bounds, he reminded himself as he exhaled. He wasn't here as the captain, but as a friend asking for understanding, compassion, to rein in his famous temper. So long as he didn't make demands, he would be a friend, not the captain. Alexiana Karan would already be pissed. This wasn't going to endear him any further. He tapped the button and entered. His sandy-furred friend looked over his shoulder and returned his attention to the screen. I already told you that I'd throw you out when you came looking for fun. For some fun. Gagaran let out another slow breath. You should still be in medical, Alex. Pointing out the obvious wouldn't do any good, but it was a place to start. One where he wasn't pleading for his heart. The male snorted. I was able to get out of there without them noticing and made it here with only that to help me. He nodded to something that might have been a monitor stand or a bed rail, but now was clearly a crutch. So I'm perfectly fine to sit here and undo this mess that Earther you brought in did. Jeremy did not. He restructured my directory to this meaningless things. He waved at the screen. How am I supposed to find anything when I can't just bring up the day I created the file? And yes, it's been brought to my attention, and I knew it when I did this. His reasoning doesn't make sense. I just cannot think of a different filing system. And that's something I'm going to have to do in the second draft. Because yes, reordering everything by date should be simple. And there's no reasoning that makes sense where it's not simple. So yes, I'm aware that this is a ridiculous complaint to have. Alex, the male narrowed his eyes. Gergeron sighed. He was doing what he needed to repair the reactor. He needed to find the files and... No, he didn't! Alexiana Karan growled. This is my reactor. He had no right to... Alex, be reasonable. You were unconscious. I had a hunt to perform. Telling the station commander I couldn't accept their help wasn't possible. Then you sent that Earther to play with the backup, which he'd have known immediately worked fine. Look, Alex, I know that you don't like letting someone else work on your reactor, but he got it working. Alexiana Karan was on his feet, using the back of the seat for support. You call that working? He motioned to engineering through the window. He got my reactor so close to redlining, I'm surprised something hasn't melted down. I'm sorry, Alex. Anything else would just be something his friend would use to feed his outrage. We were under constraint, and he wanted to make sure we had all the power we needed in case we were pursued. He made sure the power network was looked over by repairs before starting it. But he never told them how he was going to run under... how it was going to run under his modification. He didn't modify anything. His friend canted his head. Really? That's what he told you? Care to explain why we aren't within safe parameters then? He couldn't be certain without Jeremy to confirm, but he was confident what might be the reason, knowing his heart as he did. He had to learn your design as he went, adapt how Earthers think about antimatter reactors to how you did things. Any alteration he made are because that's how he thought it should go. Didn't it occur to him to look at the other panels? My understanding is that none of the panels were intact, Alex. Sit down. I'm fine. He went to his friend. Your hand is trembling. Not going back to that bed. If you fall from exhaustion, I won't have a choice. He helped him sit. Why are you here, Growl? Among other reasons to see how you are. When I looked in on you yesterday, I was told a week before they'd release you. Alexia Nakaran snorted. They have no idea what they're doing. It's not like they designed me. They're going off some other design that's clearly not as well built. You're not your reactor, Alex. You aren't a machine with set parameters. If they overestimate your state, the harm it can cause you. I walked all the way here. Gagarin glanced at the makeshift crutch. Walked? Fine, hobbled. But I made it. So my estimation of my capabilities is better than theirs. What else? He said, checking in on me, was one reason you're here. What are the others? Your heart? You're going to tell me to take him on? Seeing what you thought of Jeremy, Gagarin was pleased his friend hadn't said the word with discuss. I can't do that. You're the engineer. This is your territory. But I'd ask that you listen to him. Why? He's got you. What does he need this with? He isn't a house tender, Alex. Jeremy is like you in that he needs to make, to build, and test his ideas. So this is about letting him explain how, whatever that is, is better as a fighting system then? How he's going to. No, Alex. Close his mouth on the rest of his snapping. At times his friend's habit of seeing everyone as a threat to his work was a challenge to endure. I'd like both of you to talk so you can look for common ground. For common ground, I will let him work with you. Then how about you have him learn our language instead of forcing everyone to speak his? He understands it, he just can't speak it. His voice box isn't built for the sounds we produce. What you're saying is that you want me to get his language imprinted. I don't have the time for the aphasia that comes with that, girl. I have to fix. You have to take it easy, Alex. Think of this as a way to enforce arrest every other day. You mean waste my time sitting around not doing anything? Aaron leaned in and rubbed muzzles. You can always call a friend over to keep you company. I thought you wanted me to use I thought you wanted me to use that to take it easy. He chuckled. I'm sure you have at least one friend who's willing to take charge and treat you well. I'm still pissed at you, Alex protested. Then pick a different friend. He rubbed muzzles again and straightened. Jeremy isn't your enemy, Alex. He would have come up with you at the academy if he'd been one of us. You clearly have no idea what my years there were like if you think that endears him to me. Here is the hand, but I will go to the psychology department and get one of them to imprint me, and then your heart can come and explain himself to me. Alexia Nakaran had agreed to talk with Jeremy, so he considered this battle won. The rest of the war would be on his heart to fight. He yawned as he stepped to the door and it opened. He entered his apartment, stretched, and paused as the mottled furred male in the seat looked him over appreciatively. Queric, what are you doing here? Your heart and I met for food and talk. I took him to a training center, but they aren't to his liking. We came here. He wanted to give me the tour. He said he needed to check something. How long ago was that? Query Grill Gral shrugged. Sometime. I'll be right back. He found his heart at the first place he looked. His office, standing before his drafting table with some contraption floating before him. Jer? Hey, Growl, he replied without looking away. What's the policy for access to large-scale printers? I had this idea for a design. Oh, and I'm going to need someplace to assemble it. What's the rule about using a room in the leisure alley? This is going to be leisure-related to me at... Gregor nuzzled his neck, wrapping his arm around Jeremy. You have a guest. Yeah, he replied, sounding like he was pulling away from what was on the drafting table. Queric, I thought he'd like to see our quarters. And then you left him for this. I'm sure he'll understand. I'm sure he understands. It isn't courteous, Jer. You brought a friend over. You shouldn't leave him to fend for himself. He was silent and chuckled. I guess I'm doing it again. Doing what? Isolating myself. Omar, he tensed, then relaxed with a few slow breaths. He kept having to pull me from my work and remind me I had friends I should hang out with. He might not have been honest with you, but he was right about this. Jeremy nodded and turned. How was your day? How about I tell you once we have rejoined our guest? He thought Jeremy might protest, but then he led the way. I'm sorry for disappearing on you like this. Do you want something to drink? A restaurant would be good. Gargran sat in the couch, and Jeremy returned, handing a tall glass to Querigal and a shorter one to him. He sipped the Larimar and appreciated the spiciness before setting it aside so Jeremy could join him and lean into him. And what caught your imagination so? Querigal asked. Oh, since you guys don't do weight training, I figured I could build myself a set. The free weights are going to be easy, but then I thought of a way to recreate some of the other machines I used. I'm guessing I can't get access to a human database, right? I'm afraid something so broad isn't. I'm afraid something so broad isn't made available to the public at this time. Jorge Graal said, until a species has fully joined the Federation, most of their cultural libraries are restricted. Jimmy chuckled. It's a good thing for the human race. I'm not so important that holding me against my will is going to bar them from joining. Gagaran caught the shift in expression. What? Jeremy asked. He too had caught it. Kurigral hesitated. What was done to you has brought to light information your people were keeping from us. Okay, but that's not unusual, right? I doubt you tell everything about yourselves to all other species out there. We do not. You are correct. The male sipped his drink. But we, Calcarians, have a set of belief about what can be done to our people. In effect, Turuk Samian made us as we are, and no one has the right to judge his work wrong and impose we be something else. I'm not sure I can work out all the ramification, but yeah, you should have the right to be who you are, and so do you. I don't follow. Your gods, mate, we don't have those. Jeremy, Jeremy corrected, and Kurgirgal took a breath. You, your people, are the way you are. However it came to be, no one has the right to judge that wrong and force you to be something else. You're talking about the ultrasonics and the medication and the treatment they put you through as a teen. Okay, I agree that's wrong. I mean, I really do. But isn't there something about how the Federation respects how the individual species within it are? That's why. Other than telling Graal what he was looking for, they didn't tell him how he could go about doing how to go do. Ah, they didn't tell him how to go about doing it. You are correct. The Federation lets us rule ourselves as we will within our territory, only acting to mediate between members and administer places where territories touch. And yes, I'm aware I am simplifying, Growl. Galgeran smiled and closed his muzzle. But species have to be shepherded into the Federation. Earth can't scratch that at its door and demand to be let in. It needs to scratch at one of ours, or more commonly, once we encounter a species, we take it upon ourselves to shepherd them in. But your people crossed a line we, Kilsarians, can't accept. You mean what they did to me? Kurgiral nodded. But I'm just one person. You aren't the only one they have done this to. We weren't able to get accurate numbers, but they were still large enough that it was decided we couldn't continue shepherding Earth into the Federation. What does that mean? Jeremy asked, sounding lost. If they want to join, they will have to find another species to shepherd them. I expect they'll have the Tahornian, as they also share a border. And what about me? I'm human. You're my heart. And if you weren't, Corgil added, the Federation has systems in place for those who don't consider themselves saves from their own people. You wouldn't be sent back. So humans aren't going to be part of the Federation? Not for a very long time, possibly not within our lifetime. The shepherding process is a long one. We were slightly under 50 years through it, and there were a few more decades to go, if everything went smoothly. I'd have expected to take another 50 years before they were joined. Jimmy was quiet. What if I want to visit my family? I'm afraid that's entirely at the Earther leadership's discretion. And that concludes chapter 61 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Captain Stogie, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Your clock has been reset. Some things to get done around the house. Alrighty, well, enjoy your lurk. Alright, let's see if you are going to crash again. Huh. I'm going to have to check something. I may need to recompile a file. Good, you're going through. Hey, Strago Buggo, welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk and your work. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription, Captain Stogie. Oh, actually, thank you for gifting. Thank you for gifting the sub to Captain Stogie. Strago Buggo. Uh, 60 January 21st. again. There is nothing. Again, and if it doesn't work, I will simply have to do this manually. Okay, that is weird. Really? Since when do you do... Oh, and you're not... Okay, I am not... I'm annoyed here. Yes. Its heart is done. Battle! Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 15 enemies. And we are off. Clemmer is in first place. Arten is in second. Shindig is in third. Greymalser takes over second place. Shindig returns to third place. And we're done. We've won. Clemmer is in first place with 16 assists. Greymalser is in second place, 8 assists. Shindig is in third, 7 assists. We've got gold, small and smaller, but the lady is not there, so the captain takes their cut. We've got rogues that no one is currently claiming, so Metsusi gets gold, Greymalser gets robbed. And we move on to a hard battle before the token chest. And I will change that. Really? It's going to be another barbarians until it's time for war beasts. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Started reading Inheriting the Line. Not far in, but you're engaged. Very cool. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Alrighty. I will start another chapter. Actually, let's confirm I'm in the right places. Yes, I am. And actually, I will be right back. All right, now we're going to do that. I will start the read-in correct by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 13 of Stepping Wild. And I forgot to bring that up. Not for the first time since getting his injury, Tibbs was annoyed at the restricted motion. The bracer he was oiling sat on his lap and kept sliding as he used the cloth on it. I can help with that, the young man to his left eagerly said. To eagerly for everyone around the fire camp. I can manage, he replied, repositioning the bracer before taking up the oiled cloth again. He'd sat apart from the others, as he usually did, and had planned on using essence to help with this, but the young man, Jeremy, one of the guard who had joined at the city, had sat next to him. Then one more and another, and a fire pit was dug, a fire lit, and now it felt like every guard was sitting with him instead of at their respective fire. My first caravan, Jeremy had said the first time Tibbs had come across him. I'm going to show the chief I'm really good at the job. He'd smile with the eagerness of a kid believing in the promise he'd made so hard he hoped others had no choice but to believe him. Too damn eager. Graydon had muttered on later that first day as they'd unpacked the tents and Jeremy was running around, helping everyone but not actually accomplishing much. I don't know why I even took him on. Tibbs hadn't commented on how, under the gruff exterior, the chief of the guards, plural, was a good man. Tibbs had gotten his start with a caravan much the same way. She'd been older than Graydon, scarred from all the fighting she'd had to do, and hadn't been impressed with Tibbs's young age or his claim of being able to pull his weight no matter what needed to be done. But she'd taken him on. Everyone deserved a chance to prove her wrong, was how she phrased it. Tibbs hadn't worked out if he'd proved her right or wrong. He'd gotten underfoot more often than not, believing he was helping, especially when he took on tasks he had no idea how to do. Horses had been a discovery. Before that time, they'd been things he saw, not interacted with. They pulled wagons, nobles and adventurers rode them. He was nearly trampled by the first one he touched. It earned him a scolding and orders to keep away from them, but he hadn't listened, just like Jeremy rarely did when told to leave it be. He'd been there the next time one needed to be harnessed or saddled and got in people's way. If the guards were annoyed at him, the other amused. It depended on how they felt their first days had gone, Tibbs suspected. If he wasn't injured, Tibbs would have more patience for Jeremy's eagerness. He would be downright amused by it. You know, Lawrence smirked, I don't think that even dunking this in a barrel of oil is going to help. I've got a set you're welcome to. Be nice, Jeremy warned, earning himself chuckles and one glare. Tibbs ignored Lauren, or his would-be rescuer. The recruit would learn the danger of being on the man's bad side. He carefully rubbed the oil into the leather, wishing he understood what the failing enchantments meant. Books talked about failing weave on the scale of centuries, not one decade. Of course, when he'd questioned scholars about those kind of enchantment, he'd learned that those books had been talking about big magic, the weaves that made Sorcerer's Tower survive wars and time. The smaller enchantments, those put on weapons and armors, they never lasted that long. Armor was expected to be damaged in battle. Weapons would eventually grow dull, so why spend much effort on them? His bracers were dungeon made, and Tibbs had thought it meant their magic would be stronger. Bards sang about items brought out of dungeon lasting beyond kingdoms, but still was younger than Tibbs, and he'd come to learn that dungeons also started not being able to do their best work. Tibbs' next questions had been about reserves on those items. What happened to them? What happened with the weave of an essence amulet when an essence amulet failed? They didn't, the scholar told them, at least not unless someone purposely caused them to fail, and what that happened explosively. Crystals were used because the way their essence formed in them, along with their closeness to the element, lent them a resistance to degradation. He'd consider searching for a sorcerer to remake the enchantment or fix its weave, but he had no idea how to find one who'd be able to see through the attunement that made it only Tibbs could sense its weave or the reserve it hid, and how he would know if he could trust them not to steal the bracers because they were dungeon made. Anyone clever enough could deceive even someone who had light as their elements. Tibbs had done it to the old guard leader in Craggle Rock, and sorcerers were very clever. They were cracked by the time he understood. He understood time was damaging them, and he endeavored to maintain them using the same method as everyone else did. But he is right, Jimmy said, hesitatingly. They are old. Why do you spend so much time on them? My mother gave them to me. He turned it and oiled the underside, along with the leather laces. Wouldn't she understand? He asked. We're guards. Our things get damaged when we defend the caravan. And if she's the kind of woman who won't hear of things like that, Lauren added. Just that just have score? Wow. Oh, okay. Just have the leathersmith score the new ones to look like these. It's not like she'll know the difference. Tibbs paused in oiling to glare at the man. He banged the ember of anger. He wasn't the one deserving of having it unleashed, but he used it to ensure he never forgot the man who had wronged Mama, robbed her from him. Even B, Jimmy said in a heated tone. I think it's nice that he cares enough about his mother to work hard like this. I wish. Tibbs glanced at the young man, but he was looking away. Maybe they shared more than an eagerness to please on the first caravan. Lauren left the fire to good-natured jabs from the veterans, and Tibbs finished with the oiling. He carefully dried the inside, slipped his forearm in, and winced as he moved his restrained arm. With Jeremy on his left to ask anyone else would basically say he sided with Lauren about how the young men should be treated. He stifled aside. Stifled? Feels like there should be an L in there. Stifled the sigh and offered his arm. Can you lace it for me? If it had been essence, that smile would have powered an etching large enough to break through a city wall. Once it was tight and the sleeve was pulled over, Tibbs finally stopped feeling the gaze of the recruit. It was the first time they'd seen the black of the ink that covered the light brown skin, and Tibbs did his best not to show it. The etching that hid the brand was as small as he could make it, had refined it from the earlier version, but it still reached up to his elbow and always became a curiosity. How did they do that and not show the needlework? A lean girl asked. Tibbs shrugged. Do you have a matching one on your other arm? Tibbs took his other bracer from the pouch and set it on his lap. How did you get it? It looks good enough. It has to have been expensive. You don't look rich, she added, accusation in her voice. Like one of them would ever lower himself to the work we do, a veteran replied, and others laughed. Tibbs sighed and let the oilcloth rest on the bracer. You might have stories, but having to tell one of them each time he was asked got tiresome. And he'd already told this one not long after he joined this caravan. He also needed to remember so he'd convey the right feelings. And while he needed to remember, he didn't enjoy it. He swallowed, forced himself to remember her cooling body and the soft comfort again as he sought comfort against her, not yet understanding what that meant. What those men had done to Mama. My mother died when I was young. He uncovered the bracer. Those are all I have left of her. He closed his hand on it, wishing it was her hand. We didn't live in the best part of the city. What city? Jeremy asked, and Tibbs couldn't keep the image from the broken walls of their hole of the hole they lived in from surfacing, of the decrepit buildings surrounding that one. Articon, he said, pushing those images down. I fell in with people, and they helped me stay alive. He looked at the girl who'd asked. You wouldn't think they're good people, but they were all I had. The city doesn't send help to the streets we lived on. It wasn't worth it, since we had nothing left for it to take. Tentatively, he pulled his sleeve up so the portion of the ink above the bracer became visible. They put this on me a few years later, once I'd proven myself to them. They had this strange woman who did their ink. Her eyes, he swallowed. It hurt, but I didn't show it. I wasn't going to show weakness after things I'd endured. With them, admitting to pain was failing this test. He hurried to cover it. I had to kill a man after this. Not because he'd stolen from me or might hurt me, but because they told me to kill him. I'd known they weren't good people. My street kills the good people. My street kills the good ones. But I hadn't understood how bad they were until that moment. Did you? She asked, amidst her apprehension and awe in her voice. I had to. He winced as he tried to rub his left wrist. It would have been a betrayal not to, and I'd seen what happened to those who betrayed them. He let out a shuddering breath. But that's when I made my plans to escape them. He picked the old cloth, but didn't use it. Usually this was enough, but sometime. What about her eyes? She whispered. He didn't respond immediately. When he did, he kept looking at the cloth and spoke even softer. They were broken. How? She whispered, leaning forward. The way a shop window is broken when you tap too hard. You tap it hard enough to crack. You tap it hard enough, cracks spread, but the pieces don't fall. Her eyes were filled with those cracks. He shuddered. It had taken time to come up with a way to describe someone with crystal as their element, one of the common folk might use, that would convey how unsettling it had felt the first time he'd looked into the guild leader's eyes. He didn't move. This never ended the questions. I don't get it, another recruit said. Eyes don't break. Ted was surprised at how little some people knew about adventurers at times, about what the elements did to them. The bards sang about them, but everyone thought of them as nothing more than stories. Magic was real, but even in a dungeon city like Tarvan, how many actually interacted with it? People could live there and not understand what being a runner meant, what becoming an adventurer implied. She was one of them, the girl whispered, clutching something. She was taken by the elements. And even those who knew something rarely knew enough to understand. Maybe she'd got a glimpse of an adventurer, noticed the odd color in their eyes, asked around, and been told the stories a bard sang. Hardly anyone went to those adventurers for answers, so people didn't have audience. They were taken. Anyone who acted strange could be called touched. That's not how it works, a veteran said. They have to go look for the elements. That's why they go into dungeons. That's why they go into dungeons. Somewhere in there they find it, and then they can do magic. And even those who knew close to the truth rarely got it right. Without living through it, Tibbs wasn't sure they could understand what it meant. But more importantly, he thought, as the guard was shushed and the girl asked questions about what she knew, the truth was rarely as exciting as all the stories built around them. Even the truth of magic, the elements, dungeons, runners, and adventurers. People preferred the bard's songs over what scholars had to teach. So the discussion around the fire turned into what each had heard, knew to be true, claimed to have experienced. Tibbs stayed out of it, focusing on hauling his bracer and ignoring Jeremy's odd looks in his direction. And that concludes chapter 13 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Royal Road for free. And if you want to support me as well as read ahead of Royal Road, that is on Ream Story, where it's about a dozen chapters ahead. And If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. Well, yep, you make it through. Good. Now, let's see if... It's February 7th. So that posted properly. Really? Gosh. Forgetting to write the notes. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies, and we are off. Tama's in first place. The Sarge is in second. Raptor takes over second. Rajin is in third. So we've got Tama comfortably in first place. Rajin is in second. Raptor is in third. The Sarge takes over third. Tama has killed a bunch of epics, and with that, we're done. We've won. Tamar is in first place, 23 kill, 9 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Rajin is in second place, 1 kill, 8 assist. Sergeant Kate Dog and Insoraptor are tied in third place with 8 assists each. We've got gold, the lady's not there, so the captain takes it. We've got barbarians, we've got lancers, got nobody claiming them, so Rajin gets a barbarian, and Raptor gets lanced. And we move on to the token chest, on the way to the skin one. And it's another barbarian for me. And that's an easy placement on my account. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 14 of The Captain's Heart. Tibbs winced his good shoulder to the wagon along with the others as he pushed with all the unaided strength he had. The effort of attempting to lift it out of the mud strained him all the way to his injured arm. There were different ways he could make this easier on everyone. He could increase his strength with earth, use an air etching to help them push the wagon up, loosen the mud holding onto the wagon's wheels with either earth or water. But he told himself he had to stop making everything go well for the caravan. Rigel's knowing smile was getting to be too much. Smiles, plural, were, and that means that this is were, getting to be too much. So, of course, the sky had darkened and rain poured for the last day. It made the road treacherous for horses and wagon, and this wasn't the first one which had caught in a part of soft mud they'd had to push out. But it was the first to fight back so hard. Wait. I need to alter something because okay, I am confident that there's something about the wagon slipping. Where, it could have been worse. It could have, I'll come back if I encounter that. But it was the first to fight back so hard. This isn't working. the wagon owners said, defeat in his tone. The man was older, had been with Rigel's caravan for years now. He'd like to say the best of the caravan he traveled with. They relaxed with a unified sigh, and the wagon's wheel dropped the little they managed to lift it. The mud was no more than 2 hand span from the hub. He shared the general bafflement as to how this had happened. The wagon wasn't the first, followed the... Okay, this is actually... it should have stayed in the tracks the previous ones dug. It slowed them, but should have kept it from sliding off the side into the softer soil. Okay. So I'm surprised that I missed it. First one which had caught in the part. Okay, that's going to adjust it slightly. It wasn't the first one which had slipped onto the soft mud on the side and that they'd had to push out, but it was the first one to fight back so hard. There we go. That's going to work. He shared the general bafflement as to how this had happened. The wagon wasn't the first and followed in line with those ahead. It should have stayed in the tracks. The previous had dug. It slowed them, but it should have kept it from sliding off the side onto the softer soil. The one fortunate aspect to this was that the man was experienced enough to have properly secured his wares, and that had happened that and they had happened to be the opposite side from how it had slipped and kept the wagon from tipping over. Why did you not give me that? Oh, I said tipped. Hurry! Creedon yelled. Bring two more horses. We need to get this wagon back on the road, and we aren't waiting for this abyss rain to stop. This is when I wish I had magic, Jimmy grumbled. The rain had yet to wash the entirety of the mud he'd gained when he'd slept. Never say that, Filmer warned. Magic's a curse. Makes you a creature that only cares for itself. The woman was a veteran of the caravan, older and most of the time pleasant to be around. No, it's not, one of the recruits said, a young man whose name had yet to stick to Tibbs's memory. Plenty of those back home help around the city. You seen them help? You seen them help? The veteran replied, or have you just heard about how they go around helping? The recruit closed his mouth. Bards wouldn't sing about them if they weren't doing good, Jimmy countered. You can't trust bards, Tibbs said, and earning himself a disbelieved stare from the young man. All they care about is that the songs are interesting, and they'll change whatever they want to make that happen. You think they'd sing about a bunch of us failing at pushing the wagon out of this mud? They would if one of us used magic to do it, Jimmy countered defiantly. I'd have slit their throat first, another of the veterans said. Jimmy looked at the man, horrified. Why? They'd help. The man snorted. That kind doesn't help. They turn us into husk to feed their power. That's how magic works. You know. That's how magic works, you know. They suck the life out of you until there's nothing left. I'm with the kid, Lawrence said. Magic's not bad by itself, and I, for one, would take some of it so we can get moving again. Abyss, I'd want them to make the rain stop. The discussion went on as the horses were brought and attached to the harness. Tibbs stayed out of it. He'd learned there was no changing people's belief about magic a long time ago. What he'd noticed, and books had confirmed, was that the further from a dungeon someone had lived, the more they believed magic was bad. The lack of exposure, the book had explained, led to people making up explanation for all the bad things they couldn't explain. And since they also couldn't explain magic, it inherently became the reason for all their misfortunes. Once gained, such belief was nearly impossible to reverse, it had added, because it was easier for them to explain the good they'd seen done by magic as something done to lull others into thinking it was safe. People wanted to understand things, Tibbs had realized, but few of them were willing to work for that understanding, so they made stuff up and claimed they knew. Sometimes even the stuff he read in scholars' book felt like that's what they'd done. What do you think? Jimmy asked, as there was a test tug by the horses. About what? The young man. Oh, because I'm on the wrong. Oh, that's why. Let's try this again. Let's find the place we were again. You know what? About what? If an adventurer rode by, would they keep going, like Bartos said? He shrugged, putting his shoulder to the wagon. It depends on the kind of person they are. Even without magic, not everyone helps those who need it. How different his street would have been if those who could had helped. Help Mama and him. On my mark, Graydon called. Then left. They pushed and groaned. The wagon rose, then stuck, the mud sucking at the wheels, feet sliding. There were curses, muttered demands for help from the elements, mostly earth and water, and as the wagon began sinking again, Tibbs had enough. You'd have to think the added, they'd have to think the added horses were responsible. He loosens the mud around the wheels and hardened what was under their feet. With a jerk, the wagon lurched forward, and Tibbs was among those who slipped in the process and fell. Unlike the others, he cursed as pain erupted from the impact of his injured shoulders hitting the ground. Cheer rose around him. When his sight cleared, Jeremy's hand was before him, and he took it. I'm pretty sure that someone with magic could fix your shoulder, the young man said. Tibbs panted from the effort. We need a cleric for that. He could sense the damage this had caused to his shoulder. How long would he have to add to his weight before healing himself? The young man's stare made Tibbs realize what he'd said. It's what bards say anyway. But magic can do anything, Jeremy protested. Tibbs shrugged, taking his hand out of the hold. The only place anything can be done is in stories. Out here, we're stuck with the stuff that barely does what we want it to. Jeremy looked around dejectedly. It should be like in the stories. Only because you don't bother listening to them, Tibbs thought. The ending might be good most of the time, but the journey to get there were never pleasant. Uneventful journeys didn't make for interesting stories. Tyborg, Graydon called and pointed to the wagons behind them. Sarnita, and don't argue. I saw that fall and heard you scream. You're an idiot for helping here, and now we're going to all pay for it if there are bandits around. I said no arguing. Tibbs closed his mouth. He sadly cursed himself with a cry. He hadn't even realized it had happened among the pain and the cheering. I'll see to it he gets there, Jeremy replied. Instead of earning himself approval, the chief narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Too damned eager, Graydon had said, and it was still true. Tibbs made a show of favoring the shoulder as he tightened the saddle on his horse. A week ago had been when Sarnita's estimation of when the added damage might be healed, so Tibbs had finished the process. But natural healing didn't fix all the problems associated with an injury, such as the tight and weakened muscles. Now all that was left was for him to act as if his arm and shoulder were stiff and go through stretches so they would loosen. "Give it back," Lauren demanded in his tone that promised violence. The protest was youthful, and a glance showed Tibbs the man shaking Jeremy by the arm. "I know it's you." Tibbs grabbed the man's arm as he raised it. "Don't. Stay out of this, Ty, unless you want your arm broken again." It's time this thief learned not to take what isn't his. "I didn't take anything." Jimmy's protest was bright. "If he stole from you," he didn't let go of the arm, "you take it to Gray. And watch him be soft on him like he is on you." It wasn't Graydon who was soft on Tibbs, but the caravan guards rarely interacted with Rigel. They saw the fact that Tibbs had been kept on even if he'd been injured as the guard chief's decision. Well, he fought against it with all his might. "You don't like how he does thing? You need to find another caravan to work with." "I'll fucking do what I want," Lauren snarled. "You do what Graydon says to do, and you know he doesn't tolerate infighting. You hit him and Gray throws you out. You're going to tell him?" The man's tone defiant. "Yes." He let the arm go. Lauren glared at him. "You fucking better keep your man away from my thing." "I'm not his man," Jeremy protested. Lauren snorted. "Sure, that's why you aren't at his side all fucking day long." He turned and headed for the assembled guards. It was where Graydon would be, which meant Tibbs had a decision to make. He faced Jeremy. "I'm not your man," the young man stated. Tibbs studied him, looking for clues as to what would help him decide what to do. Knowing Jeremy had lied about not stealing from Lauren didn't give him a way to address it, not without questions being raised. Then he noticed the hand in the pocket clutching a metal item. He couldn't make out the shape from the essence alone. "What are you holding?" "It's mine." The protest was bright again. Tibbs narrowed his eyes. "Don't make me pull your hand out." Jeremy tried to outglare him, but ended looking away. He took it out and opened it. He took it out. It's gonna have to be a hand, even though it's already there. He took his hand out and opened it. In the palm rested a tarnished bird in flight. He'd seen the pin on Lauren's jacket occasionally. It didn't look impressive. It seemed to be made of pewter, but Tibbs knew that appearance or value weren't always important to a thief. "Give it to me." Jeremy pulled the closed the hand away. "It's mine." "No, it's not." "Abyss, do you have any idea what Gray'll do to you when he finds you have it?" The young man smirked, and Tibbs fought the urge to slap common sense into him. His mood must have shown, because the smirk vanished. Tibbs motioned, and Jeremy handed the pin over. "Why?" he demanded, and didn't wait. "Lauren and the others are your brothers in arms. You need to depend on him to fight alongside you, not worry about getting a knife in the side." Jeremy looked at his feet again. "I'm sorry." He seemed so much younger. Then the man he seemed so much younger then than the man he was. "Thank you for..." "I'm not doing this for you," he snapped, fighting the urge to hug him, to make him feel better. He wasn't going to learn about the world through being cuddled. If we can't trust each other, we can't survive. Jeremy's snort was mocking. "Lauren hates your guts. And I don't like him either. But I know that when we're attacked, he's going to kill the bandits instead of looking for an opportunity to plant a knife in my back." The young man rolled his eyes. Just wondered why he'd left the city. What was he looking for out here if he didn't understand the wild was only survived by depending on others? "I don't care about you, Jeremy. You aren't my man. You aren't my friend. You're someone I work with, nothing more." someone who could have made things bad for everyone else just because you can't keep your fingers to yourself. Lauren hates thieves. You know that. When he when he'd found this on you, he would have cut off your hand. Jimmy swallowed. Doesn't it mean that you having doesn't it mean that you having it ooh. I know it's dialogue, but doesn't it mean that you having it means you know what? No. Doesn't it mean you having it means you could Tip snorted. No, because I'm smart enough not to have this on me to be found. Get back to work. And if you steal from anyone in the caravan, Jeremy, I'm letting Lauren do whatever he wants to you. Am I clear? Jeremy nodded and left. Fortunately, Tibbs knew where Lauren's horse and where Lauren's horse was, and that it would be unattended while he spoke with Graydon. He didn't know which satchel the jacket was usually in, so he couldn't avoid the man's suspicion, but Lauren wasn't an idiot. Without proof, Graydon wouldn't do anything. He'd trust that if Jeremy was the kind of thief Lauren claimed he was, he'd steal again, get caught, and be brought before him to deal with. And if Jeremy was that kind of thief, Tibbs would let it happen. Okay. The chief would trust that if Jeremy was the kind of thief Lauren claimed he was, he'd steal it. Okay, there we go. That's going to work better. And that brings this chapter to an end. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of Royal Road, that is on Ream's story, where we are about a dozen chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. Okay. Good. Or at least, if you were to crash, you would have crashed after compiling. Interesting. Oh, right. Forgot. Well, not actually forgot, just at that stage. Okay, so that's done. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 60 allies. We're going up against 53 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. Insoraptor's in second. Tremor jumps in first. Insoraptor's in first. People have killed epics. Tremor's in first. Marlin is in second. Sigma's in third. Miafa's in third. Trekkie's in third. Let's see. Tremor's in first. Marlin is in second. Trekkie is in second. Severed Marlin is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Tremor is in first place, 10 kill, 11 assists. Trekkie for Christ is in second place, 8 kill, 5 assists. And Severin Marlin is in third, 12 assists. We've got gold. The lady's not there, so the captain takes one. We've got rogues that no one is currently claiming, so Severed Marlin, Dr. Trollocs, Insoraptor, get gold. Sigma OS gets a Shinobi. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And it's another barbarian with a soul for me. And a quest to complete. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty. I will start this morning's last chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Lights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 26 of An Errant Dawn. Despite Taros's warning, no one runs off during their trek to the tower, even after one of them is killed when a patrol surprises us. Humbert refused to let me or Claus... Wait, Claus? Wait. Wait a minute. Wait, am I missing the rescue, the actual rescue? Okay, okay, that is I'm gonna get back to this, but it feels like I'm missing a chapter. Oh. No, okay, I don't why did I okay, this is I'm gonna have to re-record one. Okay. Because I'm just realizing I screwed up this one. But that'll be for later. Alright. Despite Taros's warning, no one runs off during the trek to the tower, even after one of them is killed when a patrol surprises us. Humbert refused to let me or Claus scout ahead and opens fire without hesitation. When that fight's over, Humbert points to the body, gives a speech about their enemies having no qualm with killing any of us. When he offers for the civilian to leave, they instead are galvanized and want revenge. The smile on Humbert's face when he leads us ahead tells me he wanted this response. By the time we reach the tower, Humbert is confident no one has sounded the alarm. None of the patrol we face could run, and none of them included demons, nor did they have radios. Some units were smaller than we expected, and while Humbert doesn't question it, I suspect rules them all gave the demons instruction not to get in our way, and not to warn the patrols. He said it was Mr. Graves' responsibility. to keep what was his. And unlike Protect, I am realizing Rules Them All does not see the humans here as part of his family. Humbert looks back, his expression grim. The dead patrol will be found while we are getting Amanda. Leaving the city will not be this easy. The door to the stairwell opens as we fill the lobby and guns come up. As a scientist, I recognize Exit, with 7 children in tow and a baby in his arm. He freezes, looks at us, and looks at us. Actually, you know what? He freezes and looks at us in disbelief. Are you serious? Having done that, I no longer need this. My luck can't be that bad. This bad? I jump between them before this escalate. I catch Umber's eyes and he raises a hand to stop the others from opening fire. I turn to the scientist. What are you doing? Look, he replies. I don't want trouble. I have nothing to do with her. Soldiers grumbled at their disbelief, but he indicates himself and the children. We're getting out of here before that woman starts thinking she can experiment on them. Jimmy's so in love with what she claims she can do, he's just going to hand them over to when she asks. This used to be a good working environment, you know. Not happening, Doc. Greg says in a hard and angry tone that worries me. You even think of moving and it's a bullet for you. Don't count on him to stand in the way. I can fire through him. When I turn to face a soldier, he grins at me. Our few days together have done nothing to build the camaraderie Jason claimed happens to people who work together. I'm still something to him, not someone. Are you going to kill him in front of the children? I ask, watching his reaction. Watching the civilians. Are you going to kill the children too? Claus is to the side. Far enough Humbert doesn't consider him, but he's ready in case this turns into a fight. Humbert's expression wavers. He tries to hold on to the anchor, but his gaze darts around me in time with the sound of motion. We can't just... He trails off. I tense as he seems ready to fire, then lowers the machine gun. What are children even doing in this building? Families are everywhere, I state, and hope it's enough for him that the scientist is smart enough to understand what I'm doing and keep silent. There's nothing but the scent giving away these children are not normal. So long as Humbert believes them to be regular children, he will not consider killing them. We can't let kids go out there, a soldier says, though I don't look at who. With the bodies we left, this place is going to be a war zone in no time. That's more reason for us to leave now, the scientist says, before it starts. I face the scientist, confident Humbert won't shoot me in the back. You won't make it far enough. I can't think of any good option, so I give him the best one I have. You need to stay here and hide. I find a metal door in a back corner. In there, barricade yourself inside and we'll get you on the way out. We'll escort you to safety. Don't make promises you can't keep, Humbert says, but I ignore him, watching the scientist. What if you die? He asks. I don't think they're going to help us then. We will not die, Claus states, joining us. Derek and I will protect you and guide you out of the city. He rumbles contentment, happiness, comfort, and the children settle down. Humbert curses as the scientist looks through the door I pointed to, then herds the children to it. I turn to face the men. Some of you will have to stay behind to guard them. I'll do it. Florent hurries to volunteer. He doesn't have a weapon and spent the fights cowering. I idly wonder how he survived a maze, but Taros interrupts by volunteering too. He is armed, but looks sick still. He didn't consider that standing by the friends he made would result in this level of violence, of death. 4 others joined them. They're cutting down our forces for people who aren't our problem. Humbert growls at me in low tones before I point out the ones who are staying behind are those who were the least effective in the fight. Getting here, Denise stabbed Humbert's leg with a vial. She grins at me. Thanks for the distraction. What's the meaning of this? Humbert the man, glaring at me as if I was the one who'd stabbed him. You're the best fighter we have, sir. Giving up your boost for one of them was a stupid decision and you know it. She glares back at him once he's looking at her. You can court-martial me once we get out of this. Humbert stepped into her personal space, but she doesn't move. You better survive this, Denise, because I am going to make you pay for this insubordination. Is that clear? Crystal, sir. Boost up! He snarls and shoves me out of the way to enter the stairwell. We only make it down one flight before there's opposition. The fight is harder than it should be. There are too many of us to be effective in the tight quarters, and the boosted civilians don't listen to orders. It costs us one civilian, many injuries. But because of the boost, the pain enrages them into craving more fighting. We reach the third floor without another fight. I rush ahead to look through the window in the door to Amanda's lab. She looks in my direction. The group behind me is noisy, and her eyes go wide with fear as she sees me. My satisfaction at her reaction, then her running off out of sight, doesn't last. Men too large for their skin come into view running for the door. I step back with a yell of warning, and then the door shatters. The hallway is large, but there are a lot of us, and the hybrids are massive. The first one through focuses on me. He's faster than I expect, and the punch he lands staggers me back and breaks bones despite the black skin covering my torso. He barely reacts to the punches I throw until I grow spikes out of my black fist, but even with finally drawing blood, he pushes me to the wall with his heavy fist denting it when I dodge the strikes. A black hand covers his head and slams it into the wall until it's embedded in it, and he no longer moves. Claws protects me from the bullets while I catch my breath. When the gunfire ends, he moves. Humbert looks at me, a superiorly filled grin on his face. Where the doors were is now covered by metal, something similar to the wall in the maze, although it seems to be the only section like it. A last-ditch effort to keep people from breaking in, not a way to change the configuration of this floor. I punch it with my black fist and it resonates. Claws does the same into a similar result, barely making a mark. I find a gap between it and the wall and push my black skin in it, hardening it, giving me purchase, and pull. Claws joins me, and together, the door grinds until something snaps and it opens. Amanda is at one of the glass cell as she looks at us over her shoulder. You can't be here, she yells, her voice breaking with fear. You're supposed to be dead. The glass slides open. Sarge, protect me and kill them all. A black form runs out of the cell, short and compact, and I don't have the time to slip through the gap Claws and I have made. He tackles me and I fly into the soldiers. I'm up and he's on me again. His movement a blur that only let me get impressions of what he is. Dark gray skin, lighter than the body armor, black hair, brown angry eyes. He looks familiar, but humans don't come in gray. I shove him away and recognize the shape of the body armor, if not the color. It's military in design, like the ones the soldiers wear. He doesn't have a shirt underneath, and his skin is a uniform gray, a few shades lighter than my black skin. When he strikes, the punch lands harder than a human, but not as hard as a hybrid. His eyes are filled with determination, anger, and his scent is strange. I hear the click of a trigger press, and my attacker is gone. The bullet hits me in the chest, and I barely stay on my feet. My black skin is intact, not an irradiated bullet, just a heavy caliber. I look up in the ensuing silence, surprised by it and the scene. My attacker is before Humbert, the man's large handgun pointed at Amanda's new creation's head. But instead of firing, the handgun trembles. Claws is at my side, arms keeping me from advancing. Before I can voice my question, Humbert provides an answer. Klein? The hybrid tilts his head, confused. If I ignore the color, along with the cues I rely on to identify people, if all I use is the form of his body, I recognize him too. Klein was missing from his cell when we rescued the soldiers. He was put in the maze overnight, and one of the civilians said he collapsed as he walked out. Had to have died. The hybrid says, the word is raw, hesitating. as if he didn't know he could speak. I'm charge? Sarge? I think the lack of confidence is from being unsure he can speak, but then he asks, do you know me? No change in Umbert's. The change in Umbert's is instant, no doubt, only rage. I jump over Claw's arm. No! The pain explodes in my shoulder, the left one, as the flash of gunfire blinds me and the impact throws me into Sarge, who keeps me from falling. My black skin catches up to the injuries, stopping the bleeding. Move! Humbert orders, pulling the gun's hammer back, or the next bullet goes in your head. You can't kill him, Greg. I'm unsure if he even can. Sarge's confusion has to be why he didn't move. He vanished before the previous one. Once he gets over it, once Humbert's action convinces him we are the enemy, I don't think anyone will be able to shoot him, let alone touch him. That's my effing job, Humbert says through gritted teeth, killing demons and abomination like you two. He snarls. You got a pass because Fallon ordered me to, but that thing doesn't get to live. Claus is behind Humbert, and the man is so focused on me and Sarge, he isn't aware of it. I feel better with him there, ready to act if I can't defuse the situation. Do you know me? Sarge asked. The question soft enough. I doubt anyone but me and Claw hear it. Yes, I reply. I didn't exist for days after the process that made me. For days I was nothing but something that raged and attacked. Jason explained it to me, and after watching the recording Amanda kept from me, I believe that is the truth. It can't be more than hours since Sarge has been made, and he can think. He has a sense of he is someone. Even once I started thinking there was no one there, not until Jason made me someone. It took him months of work until I was a person. Humbert nods, thinking my answer is for him. Then move. I do. Even boosted, Humbert is slower than I am. The gun points at the ceiling when it fires. Claus moves out of the way of Humbert's flying body, and the soldiers stop his fall. The gun in my hand is heavy, not something the military normally uses. Something closer to my preferred revolver. I take the magazine out, let it fall to the ground, eject the bullet from the chamber, drop the gun. There's an end here. And drop the gun. Humbert glares at me as it clatters to the floor. He is a victim, I tell him. But it's the soldiers holding Humbert back that convince me I can turn my back to him. Sarge is even more confused. Amanda did this to you against your will. I feel a claws at my back. Sarge shakes his head. I volunteer. He touches his chest. She told me that. The words are more confident. He is remember how to talk. I got hurt protecting her from people like them. He snarls at the soldier, but then frowns, as if he doesn't understand why he did it. Making me like this was my reward. She lied to you. I say, my tone as calm as I can make it. Humans do that. Why? He winces, then presses a hand to his temple. Why would she do that? I am a soldier. I'm a soldier. He looks at me, the others I fought with. He drops to a knee, holding his head. We're here for her. He pants. She said I was here to protect her. We were attacked. Everyone but me died. His hands are on his chest again. I was going to die, but she got me back in time. She could save me, reward me for being brave. He looks up at me, desperation mixed with the confusion. You came here with us, I tell him, to bring her back to the people she works for. Derek, Claus says, his tone urgent. Something is happening. I sense something. I ignore him. I stay focused on Sarge. Actually, this is going to be there. Why did she leave? No, she was taken, he cries out, grabbing his head again. I don't understand. Did we take her? She's a sociopath, Humbert says. She doesn't give a damn about you or anything other than her research. You're just a thing to her, something to use or remove. Derek, if your demon says something's happening, we don't have the time for this. Wrap this up now. Sarge looks at me imploringly. Can you accept that things are more complicated than what Amanda told you? Sarge nods. Once this is over, I'll explain things as best as I can. You're not like me, but we're both her creations. Until then, I need you to help us finish the mission you and the others were sent here to do." He nods and stands. Direct instructions seem to calm him. Humbert grabs my arm and turns me so I face him. Claus is to the side, motioning for Sarge to join him. Humbert is in my face, angry. "This isn't over. You keep that thing under control, or I'm putting a bullet in it, you and that demon of yours. Am I clear?" I nod. "When this is over," Humbert threatened, "you and we're going to have a talk, and you better pray I'm in a good mood by then, because it's the only way you're going to survive it." He shoves me aside and points to the metal that closed back over the door. "Someone blow that heffing thing open." That concludes chapter 26 of An Errant Dawn. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other 2 books in the trilogy, they are available on Kindle Unlimited. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yeah, I'm going to have to redo chapter 25 for some reason. Well, I know why. Because I hit there and there's all white, and I went, oh, it's done, not paying attention to the fact that, yep, it kept going. Battle! Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 73 allies. We're going up against 53 enemies. Scholzemom starts in the lead. Deccanizer's in second. Arc-10 is in third. Arc-10 is in second. Gator Paws is in third. Scholzemons maintains the first. Arc-10 is in third as Deccanizer takes over second. Empress and I have killed epics. Scholzemom is in first. Arc-10 is in second, Deccanizer is in third, and we're done. We've won! Scholzemom is in first place, 24 assists. Arc-10 Telemetros is in second place, 10 kill, 4 assists. And Deccanizer is in third, 2 kill, 9 assists. We have gold, and without a lady there, the captain gets it. We've got flying rogues, we've got shinobis, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Packer Fan gets a shinobi, Arc-10 Telemetros gets wings. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And, yep, another barbarian for me. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty, it is time for me to take lunch. I will do my best to return within 20 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Atoll. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 67 allies. We're going up against 105 enemies. And we are off. Voltage is in second place as Gator Paws takes over first, is up in second, is in first again, is in second. Back in first. Voltage is in second, Trekkie is in third, Meowfa is in third, Tigris is in third, Meowfa, Tigris, Meowfa, oh, a second, Tigris is in third. A bunch of people have killed epics, and there'll be more dead epics soon. Gator Paws is in first, Tigris is in second, Voltage is in second, Tigris is in third. Their numbers are going down, so we should be good. Gator Paws is in first, Voltage is in second, Stuggy, you're in third. And now we're about to be done, because we can kill these things pretty damn easily. There we go. We have won. Gator Paws is in first place, 15 kill, 14 assist. Captain Stogie is in second place, 14 kill, 15 assist. And Voltage is in third, 6 kill, 16 assist. We have healers, Centurion, Barbarians, and no one claiming those. So, Zep goes berserk, Texas Ranger Fan gets shielded, and Arctan Telemetros gets healed. And we move on to an insane battle before the skin chest. And it is Puppy going on the board. And, yep, half an hour. No, no. We'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 75 enemies. And we are off. Foxy Chick kills an epic. Sigma is in second. Estrama takes over first. Foxy Chick is in third. Estrama kills an epic. Two epics. I killed one too. And we're done. Estrama is in first place. 40. Holy cow. How did I not see that happen? 40 kills, 8 assists. Sigma OS is in second place. 17 assists, and Raven with baubles is in third, 13 assists. We have gold, and the lady's not there, so the captain takes it. We've got musketeers that no one is currently claiming. So, Grey Mouser gets muskets. Oh, did I not click this? Sorry. So we move on to the skin chest before the boss battle. And Puppy Jr. is now going on the boat. And let me start here. And yep, half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon, it is chapter 4 of the last video. It's an Alex chapter. And the gist of it is that the CIA is calling in a reinforcement. So let's start with adjusting. And then working out how Right. This was about checking. Okay, so he does call him Julian. Thank you, Ekla. Welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 93 enemies. Fun times. Keister is in first place. Rajin is in second. Captain Stooky is in third. Tigris takes over third. Rajin is in first. Tigris is in second. Back in third. Keister is in third. Tigris is in third. Keister is in second. Keister is in first. Rajin is in second. Tigris is in third. And we're about to be done, I believe. 1, 2, 3. Did we say 4? I don't know. I guess a couple of them were stacked. And we are done. We've won. Keister is in first place, 10 kill, 27 assist. Rajin is in second place, 13 kill, 18 assist. And that Tigris is in third, 20 kill, 4 assist. We've got gold. The lady is not there, so the captain gets it. And then we have a shinobi that no one is currently claiming. So, Starbuck gets the shinobi. And we move on to the boss battle. And, barbarians? Yep. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies. Mialpha is in the lead. Sigma's in second. Bragi, oh hey, welcome back, is in third. Zep killed 2 of the epics. More epic death are coming. And I killed 1. Phoenix kills another one. Rajjin. Phoenix. Rajjin again, and we're down to the boss. Miafa's in first, Bragi's in second, Sigma's in third, and let's see how this goes. And Rajjin kills the boss. We've won. And it turns out that Mialfa, Bragi, and Sigma are all in first place with 12 assists. Rajjin is in second place, 5 kills, 3 assists, and Katakrak is in third, 1 kill, 3 assists. Ooh, fairies! Do we have a Dekineser? We do not. Then Lego heads are not claimed by anyone. So, Steam Girl and Sigma OS get Legos. Embrace gets dusted. And we move on to the next map, which will have a super boss, but that'll be tomorrow. But we start with a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's super boss. And it is another barbarian for me. One more after that. And I'll be able to put down a few monks. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. I'll be ready. short, as most of the chapters in these books have been for the first draft, but I'm okay with it. Did I forget to update digest? Okay, so that is, go back here. Do I have an annual total somewhere? Did I automate that? Yep. Not quite a million word this year. No worries. Move, copy. Command word count. Insert before. Is there a maximum number of sheets I can have? Well, I'll find out. I don't need this. Hell, I haven't needed... What the hell is this? Kinetic void? Tomatoes, what the hell? No idea what that's about. Especially not what it's doing in here. Ah, that's what I forgot to do. Copy. There we go. And I'll start me tomato. I don't think, is that, no, I don't think you guys are seeing that, right? There we go. Pretty sure it's an I. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies, and we are off. Sigma OS is in first place. Neon Hollow's in second. Rajin is in third. Rajin takes over second place. Neon Hollow's in third. Braggy is in third. And we are about to be done, I think. There we go. We're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 19 assists. Rajin is in second place, 5 kill, 11 assists. And Neon Hollow is in third, 10 assists. We have gold. The lady's not there, so... Oh, the captain's gone too. All right. And the saint is not claimed by anyone. So... Gearbox Man, Steam Girl get gold. Spider Pup gets sanctified. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's Super Boss. And that makes the last. Alrighty, so it is past 2 p.m. for me. Time to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I'm above 25. And I am no longer above 30. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I'm above 55. I'm above 60. And I'm still above 65. And that's a lot of archers, but that is that. By the way, if anyone wants to chat, I'm literally done with my writing. So, yeah. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies, and we are off with Rajin in first place, Sigma's in second, Shindig is in third, Tigris takes over third, and we're done. We've won. Rajin is in first place, 2 kills, 26 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 12 assists. And that dork Tigris is in third, 7 kill, 3 assists. We have Lancers and Bombers, and nobody claiming them, so Packer Fan gets Lance. Braggy, son of Odin, gets bombed. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way, well, actually, for the last battle of the day. And War Beast are done. All right, so we're on the we're at the level of monkeying around. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Good timing. It's now empty. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 41 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. Shinding takes over that. Rajin is in third. Shinding is in first. Rajin is in second. Sigma's in third. And Soraptor kills an epic. And we have a pair of rogue moving about pretty quickly. Rajin is in first, Shindig's in second, Sigma OS is in third, and with that, we're done. Oh, I killed the other epic. Rajin is in first place, 2 kill, 14 assist. Shindig is in second place, 3 kill, 13 assist. Sigma OS is in third, 12 assist. We have gold, and let's see, the lady's not there. The captain's back. So they get the gold. Well, some gold. Centurion is not claimed by anyone. Show. Starbucks gets shielded. Neon Hollow gets gold. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. We will have the super boss and then whatever the next map brings. So, I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to the Lady Writes. One of the rare times she is streaming. So, streaming when I finish. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you